crap, I could get more water. Those are all active. Set that to on. Come on. There we go. Good morning, gamers, and welcome back to Streaming Stories Saturdays. Today, we are continuing Saphrine's journey into Heaven's Ward, journeying to the west. If you really want to stretch that definition. Yeah, last time we got introduced to Ishgard. We dealt with House Fortune and the two brothers. Met the Azure Dragoon, Stinian, who decided to come along with us in our attempt to pacify the dragons over in their homeland. And we also have Ysael with us, Iceheart, to come along in this merry journey to see us if we succeed or fail. I do not think there is anything major to drop on that. Otherwise, so I do believe we can go and head off to where Chocobos play. You are Saphrine, yes? Pray address me as Ysael if you wish. 'Tis passing strange, is it not, that fate should bring us together thus? Never did I think to walk alongside the warrior of light. But history is full of such unexpected alliances. Shall we make our way into Durvania, then? The chill of the western highland is unrelenting, and I would sooner be under the sheltering canopy of the Chocobo forest. All right. Where is that entrance? It's over here. Speaking of which...
Beyond Abalathia's spine, the great mountain range that spans the continent of Aldenard from east to west. Into the deepening shadows of Som-Al, where lies the ancient home of dragonkind. To a land where the soil slithers and the skies seethe with sinuous shapes, they came.
We now stand on threshold of Durvania. The path to Solam will take us far to the west in a massive journey beyond the embrace of the forest's branches. It will be a long and demanding journey to the west. Might I suggest that we take our rest at the village up ahead, see that we are properly provisioned? There's a village here, but I thought these lands the sole domain of the Dragonkind. Why would anyone choose to live in such a perilous place? The wild chocobos. Tailfeather was built by hunters who make their living capturing and selling the beasts. Their leader, Marcham, is an acquaintance of mine. Being a gregarious sort, he will no doubt welcome our arrival, and he will also possess more recent knowledge of the road we seek to travel. I trust there are no objections? Only to this ceaseless chatter. If we are to meet this acquaintance of yours, let us do it before Ishgard burns. His poor Chocobo's getting hunted and captured by horrible people. All right, here we are. Get this out of the way. And get this out of the way. What? Well, hold on. We'll tan my hides and call me a Leatherface. We have visitors? What the hell is so important? Oh, and if it ain't the lovely Ysayle, it's been too long, girl. Good God. That it has, my chum. It has. My companions and I are on a pilgrimage to Solam. Might we stay in Tailfeather a while and prepare for the next leg of our journey? Oh, of course, of course. Stay as long as you like. In fact, I wouldn't suggest leaving the forest at all. The dragons have been absolutely bleeding murderous of late. Forgive me, sir, but am I not sure I understand? Did your dragons not bother you here in the forest? Bother us? Did you still not explain things to you, boy? You've seen them towering elm trees all about, haven't you? If you were to fly above the canopy, you'd barely be able to see the ground. And as you'd expect, the local wildlife canny is enough to stay hidden beneath leaves, which is why the dragons do their hunting elsewhere. And we can do ours in peace. I see. Thank you for your explanation. You're welcome. Now, I know it won't stop you stay here, but dragons ain't the only thing you'll need to keep an eye out for, especially if you're set on heading west on your journey. 'I dare say you're wondering what could possibly be worse than dragons, eh? Well, I tell you, the bloody Nath. They're what you might get if you were crossing an antland with a megalo crab and taught the thing how to walk on two legs. They never used to stray far from their hives out of fear of the dragons, but they've gotten a lot more aggressive of late, sending out war parties for moms in all directions. They've even taken to harassing the Dryaenians in their own lands, if you can believe that. And when they venture into the forest, which is more than any by the way, they certainly ain't afraid to come after my lot. I can only imagine how much worse it'd be closer to the Nat homeland or territory. 'Twould seem that much has changed in Dravania. The Nat were not wont to cause such strife when I lived here. You lived here in Dravania? Aye, 'twas the time following the calamity. My family was dead, and my home was gone, and I had fled from the bitter cold into these lands. I knew not the path the forest of then, and wandered out from under the protection of its boughs. That was when I was chanced upon by Hresvelgar. He had descended from his mountain lair to hunt for food. My exhausted mind could not contend with the sight of the majestic worm, nor the vision of the past his presence visited upon me. Thankfully, Marcham found my unconscious form at the edge of the trees and nursed me back to health, and in Tailfeather I remained for some time. Hence your familiarity with the locals. But I interrupted you. You were saying the Nath were once a peaceful people? Peaceful would not be the most fitting description. They are a fiercely territorial tribe, and any who intrude upon their domain are attacked without hesitation or quarter. Outside the borders of their homeland, however, they were rarely hostile. Indeed, we were even able to trade with them on occasion. They have changed then. What of it? We have not the time to creep through the underbrush on some roundabout route. I say we make straight for Somal and crush any unruly insect we meet underfoot. A more direct path, then. Very well. Let us first follow the trail west out of the forest and make for the statue of the Stained One. From there, we should have a fair view of the road that leads to Solam, shall we? I like Astidian's thinking on that matter. Poor bird. Okay. Ignoring that one. I am definitely going to have to get more. Well, that was pretty close to Tailfeather. Probably a lot closer than anybody expected. And Solam is... Yeah, it's over there. All right. Because we got to go all the way around to that. Should we have chance to meet Machamp again, remind me to thank him. Had he not warned us to expect the gnat, I doubt we would be standing here. Amid the ruins that I would tentatively describe as Ishgarian, the style, if not quite identical, betrays a definitive resemblance. You have a scholar's eye, Master Alphino. This structure is in fact over 1,000 years old. It is a remnant of the age when our ancestors and dragonkin lived in peace. You claim this is evidence of our harmonious past. I was taught that these buildings were constructed by heretics in honor of your Durvanian masters. This rebel inspires no such awe in me. Stubborn fool. How desperately you cling to false teachings of your beloved Holy See. Enough, both of you. You threaten the success of our mission with this incessant squabbling. Saphrine, pray reason with these two. Gods above, even Saphrine has lost patience with you. We have a common goal, lest you forget, to prevent war, which will claim countless lives on both sides. If we are to accomplish this, you must learn to tolerate each other's presence. Trust in Saphrine's gift. In time, the secrets of history will be brought to light. Let that be enough, Istinian. You would have me keep counsel until Saphrine's visions confirm the truth? Very well, but bait me not. Our meeting with Reyes Velgar will likely provide the catalyst Saphrine's gift requires as it did mine. Let us press on. Spy you the three great towers to the west. Ishgardians know them as Anix Shrine. The place serves as a roost for Reyes Velgar's lesser kindred. If we are to reach the peak of Solam, we must first beseech these dragons to open the way. But do not be disheartened, for one who leads them is a friend. Of rather more concern is the disposition of the Nath. Let us survey the approach to the towers and see if the path is clear. There we go. So you got the Nath Hive there. The towers are going after there. And behind it, Solam. Do, do, do. No, over here. "'Tis as I feared. The road ahead is teeming with gnat soldiers." Machamp did not exaggerate then. These beastmen have grown brazen, if indeed they would threaten the dragon so openly. Do they intend to assault the Leia itself? I pray not. Mighty though my Dravanian friends are, they are yet vulnerable to gnat muskets. There is no route save the one before us. Should the beastmen offer battle, we have no choice but to accept. Hmm? Oh, over here. That's a wall. There we go. And actually, I don't... Wait, do we deal with them before the end? Can't remember. I take no pleasure in killing the gnat. 'Twas to avoid bloodshed that I agreed to join you on this journey to the west. Well, it cannot be helped. We may proceed into the courtyard together, but leave the task of hailing its occupants to me. And keep your lance on your back, dragoon. On my word to the warrior of light, I shall start no fight. Only finish it. You are truly beyond salvation. Come then. Is this one? Yep.
Ah, 'tis thee, little one. From above I did mistake thee for a nath. 'Tis well I chanced to look again, or thou wouldst now be ash.
Dear Vidofnir, how I have missed you. Would that I had come sooner, and not out of dire necessity.
Thou art troubled. Speak that I might know thy plight. Thou wouldst have father admonish his brood brother.
I would end this war without further bloodshed.
How am I to believe thee, little one, when thine own companion beareth Nidhogg's stolen eye?
Have care, dragon, or I shall gouge out one of yours.
Not
You
helping.
forget yourself, sir. We are here on a mission of peace.
My sires will forbiddeth me from inviting discord to our home. 'Tis for this reason and no other that thou still drawest breath, knight.
Vidofnir, please. We must be allowed to convey our intentions to Resvelgar in person, with words of our own choosing. Grant us this favor, and open the way to Som Al.
Thou hast ever been welcome, little one. But I cannot grant thy wish. I am bound to remain here and protect my kin from the Nath's god.
So it is now.
The Nath have summoned a primal.
Pray excuse my forwardness, but if we were to eliminate the threat to your territory, would you consent to Lady Izel's request?
Ha! Dost thou imagine thyself equal to the task? To succeed where dragons have failed? Tis beyond thee, mortal. But thou art welcome to try, nonetheless. Only know that idle promises shall avail thee naught.
It would
Well,
seem we have no choice but to make good on Alphino's offer. Why must our every bid for peace breed yet more war?
that went better than expected. So the Nath have summoned their god, and thus the mystery of the newfound belligerents laid to rest. Are you not glad, Lady Iceheart? I thought you would applaud them for summoning Primal to further their own needs. After all, you did. I did not reach out to Saint Shiva to further mine own ends. I had desired her strength only to forge anew the peace between man and dragon. Yeah, but what a fool I am to speak of you to peace. A bloodthirsty savage who murders without thought or compunctuation. Enough, enough, I said. If the Nath have truly brought forth their deity from the aether, we must face it together or watch our hopes fall apart. All now rest upon the primal's defeat. But ere we think of confronting it, we must first study its origins. What is the nature of this god? What manner of faith sustains existence? My apologies. You are right, of course. Let us return to Tailfeather and consult with Marsham. He knows more of the Nath and their courts than most. Yeah, we're basically at the second section of this, which means Rava is pretty close. And as much as people hate me saying that, we are on the Journey of the West for 14. Oh, we have to go back to Tailfeather. Don't know why I mounted. As stupid as to say, I do like Rava's personality. Not as much as, oh, who the hell is it in Stormblood? Damn it. Susanoo. Oh, back are we? Oh, met the Nath, did you? I'm getting that. Wish they'd automatically do that. Summoned a primal, you say? Seven hells. Well, I don't know bugger all about the Nat religion, if I'm honest. But their trading habits, they've never seen much point out in asking. But it shouldn't be that hard to find. From time to time, we barter with a small hive north and west of here. Outcasts from the main tribe, from what I understand. I reckon they'd be willing to tell you about themselves, if you give them the right incentives. That sounds promising. And what exactly would the Nath consider to be the right incentives? Oh, nothing your average hunter couldn't scrounge up in a day or two. But seeing as you're in a hurry, you might want to divide the chores among yourselves. You want a good-sized jar of land trap nectar, a bag of calum tree fruit, and, always a Nat favorite, a generous portion of young Naka flesh. I shall gather the fruit. Leaping into the lower branches of these forest giants should be present a little challenge to me. Then I shall collect the nectar with Master Alphino's arcane assistance. And that leaves you to bring home the meat. You need to carve it from the smaller Naka that live in the rivers. 3 big hunks should be enough, I reckon. Once you've got everything together, you'll need to set it down at what we call the trading post. Here, I'll mark your spot on your map for you. You have been most kind, Master Masham. Well then, let us attend to these respective tasks and reconvene at the trading post. I need hardly add that the last one there is a rotten naga egg. Alphino? Yeah, never mind. That boy. Oh, this map is pain to get around sometimes. You know what? Let me turn that off for now. Personally, I think they should just go find a nice, secluded corner and intimately sort out their differences. There is so much tension between those two. And I can't really say one is more hard headed than the other, but Estinian's obviously indoctrinated. I passed it, didn't. No, it could go this way. Do, 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 do. That's one way of putting it. Although I think her ending is it sucks. It's understandable, but I still wish it didn't happen that way. Correct. This is just an alt that I started up to replay the story. Morning, King. I was able to gather a goodly amount of nectar from these land traps, though I would not have known how to harvest it without Ysael's help. Do you have the Naka meat? Splendid. I shall put this with the Stinian's fruit and assemble a suitably generous-looking hamper for the knot. Well, everything appears to be in order. Assuming no one has any objections to my choice of presentation, I shall place our offering at the trading post as instructed. Were I of the Nath, I think I would be suitably impressed. This boy. Well, how long must we wait? Should we have sounded a signal or such? Calm yourself, Master Alphino. Our offering has not gone unnoticed. Oh, I don't know how I'm going to do these. All right, here it comes. Long has it been since Hunter's chaos came to the trading, bearing gifts that fill the air with such delightful scents. Land trap nectar. Kelm tree fruit. And Naka flesh. What the hell is this? 8 with the emotes? What delectable foods have you brought for us? Our meager existence much enriched by your bounty. Come, hunters. Come to our hive if you would trade. Cramped and stifling our homes are, but rancid incense keeps the dragons at bay. Cramped. Stifling. And horribly smelly. God. Oh, that is giving me 8 vibes so badly. Better to live in stench than be cracked and crunched by dragon jaws. Yes? Come, come, it is not far. Yeah. Suyu's story is actually pretty messed up if you follow it fully. It doesn't justify what she did to everyone else, but yeah, she definitely got the short end. Your presence has been announced to the storyteller. You must speak to our chosen leader in words, for we are Nath, or Vath. We are of the No Mind. I don't think any of these were voiced. Nope. Welcome to our hive, hunters. You have brought delicacies much sought after by our people, and we are much pleased. What would you have in return? Honored Elder, pray allow me to begin by thanking you for welcoming us into your home, and for accepting our humble offerings. My companions and I are come in search of knowledge, specifically knowledge of your people's god. Knowledge alone? What strange hunters you are. But if it is words you desire, then words you shall have. We are the Vath, the known mind, and to speak is our feat. You will hear the tale of the Nath god, of the god of the One Mind, summoned in our midst. The One Mind? These are the Nath who reside in the main colony? Yes, they are the one, connected, but let us begin the story at its beginning. God damn it. Oh. Some moons ago, a single dragon flew in from the east, bleaking and weak. It fled from the sky into the hive, where it was swarmed by my brethren. And with spear and spell and musket, the dragon was slain. 'Twas likely that it fled the battle with my kinsmen. I should commend you for finishing the job. Not helping, Estinian. Dragons are fierce and terrible adversaries. The One Mind would always cower when their winged shadow passed over the ground. But no longer. They had learned that the battle-weary Dravanian was easy prey. Thus did the Overmind decide to heed the words of the black-robed men. Shit. The One Mind would call forth our god and unleash his blades upon the dragons. Dravanian lands would become Nath lands, and ever larger would grow our domain. But our god ever hungers. The price he demands in crystals far exceeds the reward for this war. We of the Vath despise and revile his insatiable existence. Oh. Where? Ah. I call upon the power of a primal for greater good, conscience of all, while I do so at the grave cost to the land. I reason that is a necessary evil and willingly shouldered the burden of my sin. In suggesting that such crimes can be justified, you may argue that I presume too much. But you must surely see that I am aware of the magnitude of my transgressions. Not so the Nath. They summon their deity for no greater purpose than to expand their domain. To a scion of the seventh dawn, one sworn to eliminate the primal threat. The distinction you draw seems questionable at best, but the fact remains that my own grandfather risked unleashing the power of the 12 in an attempt to prevent the calamity. Thus, while I may not condone your actions, I at least understand them. Not so the Nath, as you so rightly put it. If they truly seek naught but territorial gain, I can only conclude that they are ignorant of the ruinous consequences of their god's insatiable appetite. The longer this primal is suffered to exist, the greater the suffering it will cause. It must be destroyed. How lightly you propose the destruction of a god, Master Alphino, a being of whom we know not. Has it occurred to you that you may be sending the warrior of light to her death? Again? No, You have the right of it, Estinian. 'Twould seem it is I who am guilty of presuming too much. Pray forgive me, Saphrine. Wait, Saphrine need not face this foe alone. Like her, I am blessed with the Echo's protection, and may do battle without fear of primal influence. Let me bear this burden. Ha! Do you truly imagine yourself a second warrior of light? Remind me, how many primals have you faced, my lady? Not that it matters. We know not where this god resides or how to challenge it. Unless you mean to pray until it appears. ass. Instidian makes a valid point. Let us speak with the Nath and learn how best to secure an audience with the deity. In this, at least, I may be of assistance. The young lord certainly appears eager to prove his worth. It's not like he's living in a shadow or anything. We are Vath. We are non-mind. We do not hear one mind's thoughts. We cannot predict their will. That's good. Put this idea from your minds, generous hunters. If you meet with our god, then he will have your souls. Surely you're not so generous as that. No, I didn't want to talk to you. You wish meet our god? Offer yourself as sacrifice, and you will soon be brought to him before him. We would mourn the loss of such generous hunters, however. You are all generous hunters. Many gifts you have brought, but not enough for all Vath to enjoy. Maybe you could bring us just one more? We are very fond of Naka flesh. Yes, meat of young Naka would make fine repast. You greedy little insects. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Boom. Do-do-do-do. Oh, right. Need to hide that one. There we go. Deal with that later. Get up. There we go. We do enjoy our Naka flesh. Have you been out hunting yet? Another gift for the Vath? So unexpected. Not like I asked for it. Yes, you will have more words you strange hunters hunger for. Listen now. Senses of the one mind are enmeshed by the overmind. What one sees, all sees. What one feels, all feels. How funny that a hive has a hive mind. Alert a single gnat and the whole hive is alerted. To reach our god undetected is all but impossible. The Vath are wont to elude certain concepts without explanation, but I believe I am beginning to grasp a few of the fundamentals. From what I understand, the king-like overmind sits at the center of the Nath society, and its presence somehow allows its subjects to communicate without need of word or gesture. These Nath, the ones who inhabit the larger hive, are known as the One Mind, and it was by their combined will that the primal was summoned. None of those who reside in the smaller hive, however, are the Vath, or the non-mind, who, for reasons that yet escape me, seem to have been excluded from these telepathic bonds which connect their Nath counterparts. Thus the Vath ignorant of the One Mind's thoughts or intentions. And the nature of their god. In summary, we have wasted our time. Not so. Perilous though it may be, the Vath did furnish us with one certain method of approaching the primal, as sacrifices. Should we allow ourselves to be captured in environness of the colony, the Nath will bring us before their deity to make an offering of our souls. Well, that's one way of doing it. Forgive me, but let us be clear about what is your purpose. You mean to say that you would deliberately provoke the Nath, surrender yourself into what might be a generously termed their custody, and then wait until their god arrives to claim your soul? Aye, that fairly well describes my plan. You will join me in this endeavor, will you not, Saphrine? Judging by the great risks you took to prevent the summoning of Saint Shiva, you are not a woman to err on the side of caution. Or that I could fight by your side, warrior of light, but the power of the dragon is no protection against primal influence. Forgive me, but I must remain here with Master Alphino. Then it is settled. Saphrine, you and I shall challenge the guards at the entrance to the colony. Once the hive is roused, we shall feign a brief show of resistance, and then allow them to take us prisoner. I've really got to fake getting captured. Ain't that an insult? Man, these zones are big. Let's see. Stormblood. No, Stormbloods are still big as well. Maybe it's the placement of the Aetherites that make them feel bigger than they are. As this one is just a big S with the mountain ranges. Pizza delivery. Intruders! Your lives are forfeit! Wait. The Overmind must now be aware of our intrusion. Let us press on into the hive and ensure that we have our host's undivided attention. Did you miss? Ooh, there's one that I would definitely miss later on. screen. Thank you. That should be sufficient. If we did not have our host's full attention before, we must surely have it now. Our audience with the primal may be granted soon after our capture. Pray advise me once you have sealed your mind for the battle to come. You are prepared then? Hold here, Saphrine. When the next Nath come, we offer no resistance. Surrender, intruders. There is no escape. Fine. Enough. We surrender. We throw upon ourselves upon the mercy of your God. They seem eager to proceed. Good. When they take us before their lord, pray leave matters to me. If what I know of summoning rituals hold true, I shall be well placed to act. Mark the sound of the river rushing through the ravine behind us. Passing loud, is it not? I imagine the noise would serve to mask our escape should we need to withdraw temporarily. But you are prepared, are you not? I do hope so. If I were to be dragged away for sacrifice while you were haggling over the price of potions, I should not be amused. Whatever. That was an odd transition. Well, they definitely got crystals.
Now we have but to wait.
O Lord Ravana, master of the sacred blades, wrath of the colony, conqueror of the world, hear our prayer. Pray grant unto your devoted children the gift of your divine presence.
He comes.
Oh.
These feeble fleshlings dared to invade Natlands.
Hear me, Lord Ravana. My companion and I did not come to contest your children's territory. We wished only to learn the reason you wage war against the dragons.
Thou wouldst flirt with death merely to satisfy thy curiosity. Wherefore should the glorious conquests of the Nath concern thee so, Elezen? Mayhap thine own kind struggle against the worms fareth poorly, and thou art desirous of a pact.
We crave no alliance, Lord Ravana. Only peace. We would bring an end to our war with the dragons. Yet so long as they remain embroiled in this conflict with your children, our goal shall remain out of reach. Never before have the Nath risen up in such numbers, and never yet with you at their head. Why do you lead them to war?
Thy question hath no meaning. To live is but to fight.
Yep. For the glory.
Long have my children waited, gathering their strength in the shadow of thy ceaseless conflict. The Nath would see the Dravanians slain, and their territory secured. And by such fervent prayers am I now given form and purpose.
As I feared, your very existence is an obstacle to our goal. Since you are so fond of fighting, we challenge you, Lord of the Nath. And should we emerge the victors, I would have you swear to withdraw your soldiers from Dravanian soil.
Thou art bold indeed to risk thy fleshy hide so readily. Very well. I, Ravana, fourfold master of the blade, do accept thy challenge. But should I emerge the victor, I would have thee swear to serve in mine army till thy last breath is spent. Do you accept?
Careful.
I do. And I believe the first bout is mine.
Yeah, about that.
I thought myself stronger. Mayhap with more crystals?
Yeah, not likely.
Be thou god or maid, thou art nothing to me. And what of thee, mortal? Art thou warrior or craven? A warrior, then. Mayhap thou wilt provide more sport than thy feeble companion.
All right. Time for the first Heaven's Ward trial. Yeah, just a little overconfident there. And we'll burn this next. No, to sort. Okay. So yeah, Ysayle really overstepped herself, thinking that just because she has a summon at her disposal, she's invincible. All right, what do we have left? Only have two more in this zone. And then we have. It's not the Highlands, it's next. I can never remember what this zone is called. Churning Mist, that's what's next. With the Moogles. Let's see, 82. Could I solo this? Oh, that is a possibility. This is 53. If it gets up there, I might consider it. Do 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 do. So we're one in. We knocked out how many? Knocked out 8, so that's not bad. Yeah, that'll be close. It'll depend on how the mogs go. Of course, we also have that dungeon at the end of this zone, so that can take a moment. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, unlike yesterday, I'm not gonna. Never mind. Let's go deal with the big guy. And he should be activating his counter right there. That's his first damage boost. This is an AoE. Let me see how much I can greed. That should be good enough. Yeah. This will be a three-way attack. So behind him is actually safe. There we go. Second damage boost. And now add phase. Where are they? There they are. Shit. You had to put it right on top of him. I'm not going to get to that one. And that should be all of those. So now phase transition. Thankfully, we got all of them. Because every one of those adds you don't take down brings up a sword, which causes a vuln stack. Typically 3 and you're done. Yes, you're supposed to eat those. Don't move. Oh. Bitch. And right about now, I will be popping that. Honestly surprised the Viper didn't take it.
Thus does the sacred rite of combat proclaim the victor. I lay my blades at thy feet, child of man.
Flop. I guess they betted on the wrong one. I didn't want to have to pay up.
You do not disappoint, warrior of light. Would that I had your skill in battle. I do begin to see why so many place their faith in you. For all his savagery, I do not think Ravana one to break his word. Provided the dragons do not trespass upon Nath lands, they should have little to fear of the Primal's biting blades. We have done well, have we not? Come, let us return to Vidofnir and share these glad tidings.
Oh, good.
Once more you achieve the impossible, bringer of light. But with every mortal heart that succumbs to fear and fury, another voice is joined to the chorus, beseeching divine succor. At their bidding, warring gods will shake the firmament, and your world will be consumed in the swelling storm of chaos.
Yay, we get a new one to deal with. Never since we first fought have I seen you draw upon the full extent of your power, and never from afar till this day. You were a marvel to behold, Saphrine. Well, it's time we rejoin our companions. They will be eager to hear of our tale and to continue our journey to the west. It is a little loud. I mean, I guess up here it is a bit stronger of a stream. Do 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 do. Did I grab that one earlier? Yeah, I did. Do 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 do. These fates sometimes just completely shatter the tension. Nope, I want it over here, thank you. Saphrine, Lady Ysel, thank the 12. Lord Ravana, you say? How curious that the Vath never mentioned his name. Are you quite certain that he will keep his word? There was honor beyond his savagery. That we survived the encounter at all was a miracle. A miracle I must attribute to Saphrine. Never did I doubt you, warrior of light. Unlike some. You were gone so long that Master Alphino and I here nigh lost his wits of worry, fretting like a maid for a sweetheart he was. Estinian, was that truly necessary? Yes, yes, it was. Not truly necessary, but certainly true. What matters is that the primal is banished, and our promise fulfilled. We should return to Vidofnir without delay. Lest you forget, that was but a means to secure an audience with the worm Hraesvelga. Nidhogg's minions will not be halted by idle chatter. Come now, we must make every moment count. You are so unkind, Estinian. For all his expertise and intellect, Alphino is still but a boy. The fact that he's jesting at Alphino's behest is a sign he's not a complete dick. Shall we be on our way to our next shrine, then? Would not have the dragons think we have forgotten our bargain. Damn it, it's idiot. Isn't it? Screw it, I'll get it later. Thou art returned, little one. Hast thou abandoned thy ill-conceived contest with the Nath? Nay, my friend, we return in triumph. By Saphrine's hand, the beastman's god Lord Ravano laid low. In his overconfidence, the primal swore to withdraw his followers from your lands in the event of his defeat. A promise we believe he will keep. The Nath shall trouble you no longer. The deity is slain, then. How didst thou contend with his biting blades? But the particulars matter not. Thou hast fulfilled thy promise, and I shall fulfill mine. Attend me, mortals. You unto the deepest reaches of the morn, and there you shall find Halo, the altar from which you may begin your ascent to summit Solam. But be fair warned, the minions of Nidhogg shall not lightly suffer your presence on that sacred mount. By your struggles within the cavern shall I judge your party possessed of sufficient fortitude to proceed. We shall not disappoint you, Vidofnir. If memory serves, the Cavern of Morn is entered from the second floor of the central tower. Let us begin the climb. All right. Here comes a part of Heaven's Ward that I struggle with so much. Finding the entrance to this place. There we go. That... No, that is the right way, right? Right? Yeah. That's encouraging. Crap. Are you kidding me? Get up there. All right, we're on the right path. Well done, little ones. As promised, I shall open the way to Solam's summit for thee and thy companions. Heed me now, children of man. The domain you seek to enter hath not seen visitors of your kind in nigh on 1,000 years. Though I freely grant you passage, your presence will not be welcomed. To my kin, this mountain is revered as holy ground and resting place both. Ware you the minions of Nidhogg during your ascent, for 'tis certain they shall take great offense at your intrusion. We are grateful for your warnings, gentle Vidofnir. My final words are for thee, Dragoon. Have care to keep your stolen power thou wieldest in check, lest it breed further despair. Istinian? The way is open. Let us not tarry here. A moment. Shall we blindly forge on, knowing the dangers that await us? Tiamat herself is said to guard this peak. I do not fear Nidhogg's consort. Any dragon foolish enough to bar our path shall feel the sting of my lance. Spoken like a true butcher. Need I remind you that we are come to parley a peace? Let us be clear, heretic. 'Twas to save Ishgard and her people that I first lent my support to this doubtless venture. And 'tis for their sake that I go now to speak with Reisvelgar. But I said nothing of Tiamat. Should the opportunity present it to rid people of one of the deadliest enemies, I shall take it. That is my duty as Azure Dragoon. You are beyond redemption. We will accomplish nothing by this bickering. If we are to meet Reisvelgar, a path lead up the mountain. We shall defend ourselves if attacked, but avoid conflict wherever possible. What other choice do we have? All right. Let's see how this duty support goes off. Shit, that's wearing off. Interesting that she's the tank. Oh, it's the poison flowers. This one is annoying. Whoops. There you go, Estinian. You know exactly what to hit. All right. Next set. That was wrong. Do, 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 do. It's nice to see that attack used on someone other than me for once.
Away with you! Focus. Release! I have my pride.
Do, do, do. Yeah, you all worry about the mechanics. I'll just be here hitting this thing. Come on. There we go. Let's see if we can get them to do a thing. I'm sure Alphino can hold that. Lime green dye. Does not seem worth it. Alphino. Nope, we took on too much for him to handle. Well, he was not ready for this. That was my bad. I don't think we dropped a single one.
Away with you!
Do-do-do-do-do.
Away with you! Focus. Release!
Alright, which one is it? It's the T-Rex. Okay, the Timu T-Rex, whatever.
Away with you!
Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha.
Away with you! Focus. Release! Away with you!
Alpha, move. There we go. That's said and done.
Hold yourself together!
Really? Am I really putting that much on you, boy? You're not going to come up here.
Away with you!
And that one. To finish these off. Ow. Last one. Tiaman, consort of Nidhogg, we beseech you, grant us safe passage. As I thought, blind to reason like all the rest. If you would see our mission to conclusion, you know what must be done. Such rage and rancor, is there truly no other way? Get back here. Wow, they did that perfectly. Holy crap. That's half of that? Oops, wrong one. Mine. And crap. Almost had it. There we go. Yep, no celebrating on that one. And that's number 2. Saphrine? Would seem Tiaman was the last. I sense no other dragons nearby. What is happening? Nidhogg. He roars. He knows we are here then. His fury. It bleeds through the eye. Fear not. I am yet my own master. But that damned worm's wrath burns hotter than flame. Come, the heart of the dragon's homeland yet lies before us. Thus do we add another link to the chain of vengeance. O Saint Shiva, when will it end? Hmm.
To the peak of Som Ar, at the end of a perilous mountain path, whence could be seen a string of pearl-like islands floating impossibly atop a sea of clouds. To a domain where dragons and men had once lived in harmony, whose majesty no mortal eye had glimpsed for nigh on 1,000 years. They came.
Let's go. But first, we get this. We have reached the peak at last. The peak of Somal. 'Tis said to be the highest mountain in all of Eorzea, you know. I thought it was cold in Kothras, but the air here carries a chill of a dozen winters. Now that we have scaled the mountain, there remains the problem of finding Hrace Velgar himself. What manner of creature is that? Saphrine? Do my eyes deceive me, or was that a Moogle? It was my understanding that they only dwelt in the Twelveswood. I certainly never would expect to see one in the churning mists. If a Moogle does live here, however, he may know of where Hrace Velgar makes his lair. Quickly now, before we lose the creature completely. Great. Moogles, it's always Moogles. Bah, he's gone. Saphrine, we must widen our search. I heard tale of these Mughals, but 'tis the first time I have ever laid eyes on one. They are rather adorable, are they not? But why do you stare at me so? Can I not find a creature adorable? My heart is not truly made of ice. I see no evidence of this Moogle of yours. Are you certain it was not a trick of the light? Mayhaps 'twas simply one of those strange plants shifting in a breeze. I'm sure I glimpsed the Moogle fleeing in this direction. Where could he be concealing himself with magic? Confound it. Could we but enlist the aid of one of the local Mughals, I am certain Hraesvelgar would not elude us for long. Though the eye enables me to sense the presence of dragons, I can only identify nidhogg's with any certainty. We could wander the mists for days and not know if we were any closer to his brood brother. And those days we cannot well afford to squander. Shall we divide our forces, then? Lady Ysel, might I ask you to question any dragons whom you judge it safe to approach? I shall try. Yet I fear the influence of Nidhogg's rage will render most of the Dravanian in the area deaf to reason. And what of you, Master Alphina? I have not yet given up on the Mughals. Saphrine, come with me to Gridania. I mean to petition the aid of the Mughals kin in Twelveswood. After that business with Moggle Mog, I dare say they would be glad to help us. Assuming you have no need of me, I shall remain here. Nidhogg senses both the loss of his consort and the coming of the Eye, and his attention is firmly fixated in this direction. I mean to do what I can to hold his gaze, in hope that it might delay any action against Ishgard. Thank you, Estinian. Come then, Saphrine, let us make haste for Gridania, and rendezvous with Nofika's altar. Ah, but I neglected to tell you. There is an aetheryte of ancient construction here which should make the return journey rather less arduous. Pray not forget to use it. Let me just double check I have that. Yep, okay. Back to the shroud. Right, let's go to the Elder Seed Seer's spot. I sent word to the Elder Seed Seer upon arriving in Gridania, and I'm pleased to report that she has agreed to grant us an audience. If anyone can help us contact the Twelveswood Mughals, it is she. We are expected at the Lotus Stand. I trust you are familiar with the Conjurer station at its entrance. Really? We humbly thank you for agreeing to receive us on such short notice, my lady, and for all you have done for us in our absence. Would that it were solely to express our gratitude that we came to this day. Alas, the tides of battle yet dictate our coming and goings. Elder Seatsir, we would beg your wisdom in the matter that may finally bring an end to the Dragon Song War. Speak on, friend. I see. So you seek a means to contact these Mughals of the Churning Mists. Kupopo! I say Kupo! Greetings, Kuplo Cup. To what do we owe the pleasure of your company? I was struck by a sudden urge to bring you some fruit, and I am jolly glad I did. Tell me more about these Mughals in the sky, Kupo. I will gladly tell you all I know, though the amount too precious little. We encountered a Mughal high in the clouds of Dravania and had hoped you and your kin in the Twelveswood might agree to facilitate a meeting. Pray correct me if I am mistaken, Kuplo, but there are legends, are they not, of which speak of Mughals who dwelled beyond the clouds? Indeed there are, Kupo. Long, long ago, back when the world was still young, they say my ancestors served the gods up in the heavens. Of course, that was back before their masters took to bickering like spoiled children. Ah, yes, the tale of good King Moggle the Twelfth. Whatever. He is revered for holding fast to a rope of miraculous length that his subjects might climb down from the sky and escape the world below. Ignoring the more fanciful aspects of the tale, it may well be that Kuplo's ancestors hailed from the churning mists. Given how long his hidden has resided in the Twelveswood, it is perfectly possible that the details of their history have faded into myth. Indeed, Master Alphino, such stories oft contain a measure of truth. 'Tis like that the Mughals of the Churning Mist tell similar tales of the world below. I can well imagine why one you encountered fled at your approach. Oh, fleeing is second nature to us. We often hide when larger races come trampling through the forest. Of course, where there's one Moogle, there's bound to be more. Which is why I've decided to take a trip to the clouds, Kupo. Surely you won't be afraid to talk to me. I was hoping you might say that, Master Kuplo. You will accompany us, then? Just you try and stop me, Kupo. I admit, though, the venturing outside the Twelveswood is a bit unsettling, but I can hardly refuse a chance to meet my distant cousins. If you would have me too, I will accompany you on this venture and lend my voice to cause as an ambassador of Gridania. My lady, are you quite certain? How oft has our nation turned to the scions of the seventh dawn in its hour of need? How oft have we asked the warrior of light to risk her life to save our own? Full many times, I say to you, and never have they refused us. Thus do I choose this day to offer mine aid to our allies for the good of the realm. Is it not just? A most unexpected and most welcome offer, Elder Seatsia. We would be honored by your presence. Pray return to the summit and inform our companions of these developments. I will serve as Elder Seer's guide on the journey back to Sola. It being a difficult path I have already trodden, I do not anticipate any great difficulties. Besides, we shall have the Elder Seer's personal guard to escort us. Of course, she gets a full party, but we only had to do it with a light party. Where? It's this way. Well met, warrior of light. Idhog has not stirred, but he watches us, unblinking. The Elder Seer herself answers your call. And then there is naught to do but wait. They are here, Saphrine. Greetings, my friends. I am happy to report that our journey was mercifully uneventful, devoid as the road was of Dravanians. 'Twould seem the dragons have abandoned Solam for the churning mists. Elder Seer, may I present to you Sir Estinian, Ishgard's Azure Dragoon? 'Tis an honor to meet you, Sir Estinian. I have heard many tales of your order's extraordinary skill and courage. Friends, I feel it only right to inform you that we are not alone. The Mughals are all around us even as we speak, and I should imagine that they are more than a little concerned by the horde of strangers that have descended upon their home. Mayhap now would be an opportune moment to introduce ourselves. This should serve. They're hiding, of course, but there are so many of them, Kupo. I am Kane Senna. My companions and I have braved the long road from Twelveswood to share words with you. On this, the occasion of our first meeting, we would bring an offering of light and wind. Ooh, such a gentle and pleasant glow, Kupo. I am Muglin, chieftain of this Mughal clan. Chieftain Muglin, it is an honor to meet you. Greetings, I am Kuplakap, ambassador of the Twelveswood Mughals. A Mughal from the world below? Your hide is a different hue, but that palm is unmistakable. I might need a moment here, Kupo. My companions were no less surprised to learn of your existence here among the clouds. I hope they did not startle you overmuch in their eagerness to make your acquaintance. Full well can I imagine your wariness. I am told that men have not walked here for nigh on 1,000 winters. Mayhap you will forgive them their forwardness when I unfold to you the grave matter which first brought them into your midst. My companions crave an audience with the great worm Freys Felgar that they might negotiate an end to the war twixt man and dragon. An end to the war, you say? I trust you, Kanisena. The light of peace shines brightly within your soul. But I am afraid the same cannot be said of your friends. To be plain, we did not hide ourselves because they were the first of your kind we'd seen in 1,000 years. Well, not only because of that. We hid because we smelled dragon blood. These skies are home to many, many dragons. While some crave peace, such as Freys Felgar, others crave the opposite, such as Nidhogg. Suffice it to say, we are worried that the presence of your blood-splattered warriors' friends will attract the attention of nastier kind and invite destruction into our home. Now, just a moment, Chieftain. Saphrine here may have doled out an odd thrashing or two, but has always been for a really good reason. She is a champion of the Twelveswood Muggles, and I will not hear her name slandered. Now, Ambassador, let us not ruffle each other's fur. I shall of course take your testimony into consideration. If I may, Chieftain, there's little room for trust twixt strangers. Might we not take this opportunity to learn more of each other? An excellent suggestion, Kupo. In the interest of fostering friendship and keeping an eye on you, I shall extend to you the hospitality of Mogholm. Prove yourselves worthy of our assistance, and it will be yours. I shall be watching you, Kupo. Oh, crap. Tell me, in the world below, do all of your kind look so differently from one another? It must be terribly disconcerting. What was it Kuplo Cop called you again? Saphrine? Heh, your names are odd as your appearance. Have you ever considered a nice Mughal name? Moglin is taken, by the way, Koopa. As are Moghan, Mogmog, and Mogwin. These being the names of the 3 wise Mughals who will administer your momentous challenges that I devised to measure your worth. I call them the trials of the trustworthiness. Undertake these trials and we shall see whether or not you are worthy of our aid. It's always Mughals. Hello. Yes, I am Moghan, foremost alchemist in Mogholm, if you must know. If your tummy is gloopy or your wings droopy, I have a potion to fix that. Or I would if I didn't keep running out of ingredients. Luckily, you're here to do my trial. Yes. Go forth, mighty adventurer, and mightily pluck the 3 sprigs of cloud's breath for me. You'll find them blooming near the entrance of Ein Tome. It's not the safest of places, so don't let yourself be too distracted by the pretty flowers, Kupo. Alright, I'm just going to grab all 3 of these. This is a massive pain to come back and forth. Yes, you have the pleasure of speaking with Mogmug. I know. I am the fluffiest, most enchanting creature you've ever laid eyes upon, Kupo. It isn't easy being this adorable. I can barely take a stroll outside without those relentless Dravanians throwing themselves at me. Why, if they look as if they might just gobble me right up. In any case, fleeing their overbearing adulation is growing a bit tiresome. Your trial, madame, this is. Find these ardent archaeosauruses and slap some manners into them, Kupo. Perhaps a firm smack on the snout will teach them to appreciate my charm from afar. Oh. Mogwin's the name, and art is my game. When it comes to painting, there's none in Moghome who can match my talent with a brush, Kupo. I know why you've come. Chieftain Moglin demanded that I test your trustworthiness. But as I trust no one to create art that will satisfy me, I instead charge you with retrieving a masterpiece I seem to have misplaced. It was an ambitious and innovative work, guaranteed to fetch at least 4 Kupo nuts on the open market. You must find it. Question masses. Surely a pebble painted with such vibrant color and unmistakable panache cannot have escaped the notice of every Mogul in Moghome. Mogwin is missing his masterpiece, Kupo? Oh, you mean that paint-smeared mess of a pebble? I have not seen it recently. Fact for which my eyes are profoundly grateful. Ouch. I don't know much about a stone, but I know Mogwin's been creeping out the back way to Solam Summit for time to time, Kupo. Maybe you left it up there? Maestro Mogwin has misplaced his masterpiece, Kupo. Oh, happy day! If I am the swifter in finding it, I will soon have a genuine Mogwin for the price of a little perspiration. Honestly, who has 4 Kupo nuts just lying about to spend on such luxuries? Uh-huh. Well, what did you find out, Kupo? Yes, now that you mention it, I do recall leaving my pebble out in the sun to dry. The second part of your trial commences. Go, adventurer, and retrieve my masterpiece before some art-starved admirer swipes the stone for herself. Really? I think... Wait, no, is that the way? This is the normal way out. That's the way I want to go up to the top. Oh, we got one of these right here. Sweetness. Ah. Come on, keep going. It's somewhere up there. There we go. All right, let's handle these other two. Then we'll head back. Why are there always fates on top of stuff? Seriously. Do, 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 do. That's too far. Should be close by, right? I have to go up. There we go, last one. All right, it's all of those. Do you have a Chocobo? Is my masterpiece safe? Yes, this is my work. Is it not exquisite? I call it Contemplations of Zenith. Thank you, madame. At last I can exchange my art for those delectable Koopa nuts. Chief Moglin will hear of your valorous deeds. You were able to humble my Dravanian devotees. Wonderful. You are now capable as I am captivating, Kupo. Still, my precious perfection does not excuse those louts from pursuing me so mercilessly. Their tongues lolling and bellies rumbling. The Dravanians and their ilk have much to learn about appreciating acts of admiration. Did you have any trouble finding Cloud's Breath? I do need it quite urgently, you know. Oh, yes, these are perfect, Kupo. Now I have the main ingredient for my palm tonic. Speaking of which, how are you feeling, miss? Should you ever feel your palm losing its balance, then I am your Moogle, Kupo. Saphrine, if that is all you insist on calling yourself, you have completed the trials of trustworthiness administered by my taskmasters, Mog Han, Mog Mug, and Mog Win. During these grueling tests of character, I closely observed your conduct as well as that of your companions. And I am decided, Kupo. Gather your friends before me now, so that I need not repeat myself needlessly. Are these trials over, then? My tasks have been little more than household chores. If our hosts elect not to grant their aid after working us like a pack of chocobos, I shall demand compensation and cocoa nuts out of principle, but I hope it will not come to that. Let us hear the chieftain's verdict, shall we? Standing here in Mogholm, my thoughts turn inevitably to the legend of good King Mog the Twelfth and his seat in the heavens. Like most, I thought it no more than a myth, a story for younglings that grew with the telling. But with every passing moment I become more certain that we have discovered the origin of the tale. I am full eager, am I, to hear what the chieftain has to say? We have become such friends, Kupo. My Kamugo cousins love to sing and dance as much as I do. Chieftain Moglen has finally come to a decision, has he? Well, I suppose I better flit over and see him then. What sorcery is this, that mine heart should stir at mere fluffiness? Saphrine, I, was... No matter. What is it? Chieftain Moglen has made his decision? Well, let us not keep him waiting then. uh, how go your trials, warrior of light? I myself have been sent on a number of expeditions to chastise local dragonlight population. Did not their chieftain wish to avoid inflaming the Dravanians? Such contradictions aside, our host seems to tranced by the height of my leap. They've compared me to Mog, a lance-wielding Mughal warrior of Eld who also favored such attacks. 'Twas meant as a compliment, I expect, but I doubt these furry lumps could outleap a caracal's lamb, much less a dragoon. Conclude your business here swiftly, Saphrine. I like this place not. Doo-doo. All right. Never have I seen such determined workers, Skippo. I would rather have taken us many moves to complete all those dreary chores and niddling errands. And have our labors proven the purity of our intentions, chieftain? Without a doubt. In fact, there was never really all that much doubt to begin with. You were, after all, already friends with fellow Moogle. But you see, before any meeting with Frey Selfgard could take place, certain preparations needed to be made. And what better way to help you pass the time than having you perform all those tiresome tasks that no one ever wants to do, Koopa? Oh, dude, the horn, bring out the horn, quickly, now. Bleed blow on this wondrous instrument whenever we wish to speak with the great worm, Koopa. We, we haven't perhaps been treating it with care it deserves of late, and I think Mohawk may have sat on it. So we needed some time for cleaning, polishing, and straightening. No lasting harm done, though. Now you need simply head to Zenith, the worm's dwelling to the west, and give the horn a good toot. We are in your debt, chieftain. Thanks to your noble gift, we shall finally have a chance to plead our case with Reyes Velgar. Very possibly, yes, but I wouldn't get your hopes too high, Koopa. The old worm isn't terribly fond of, Your concern is appreciated, but I am quite certain that Reyes Velgar will come to our overtures. Should we ever arrive at his lair? Come, we have squandered enough time already. Chieftain Moglin, we thank you for your gracious hospitality. Though we must soon take our leave, I pray that we may continue to nurture the shoots of this newly sprung friendship twixt earth and sky. Of course, Kabo. Visit us whenever you wish. Consider Moghome your home among the clouds. Alright. No, you. Thanks for the help, Kupo. I doubt I would have ever found time to do all those rotten chores. Hey, this wasn't my idea. If the chieftain hasn't spent a little less time sitting about and a little more time chieftaining, things would have never gotten so messy in the first place. And he was the one who sat on the horn, by the way. But now all the errands are done and the horn is fixed, so all is well. Ends well, eh, Kupo? Well, I expect you'll be eager to be on your way. Did I mention your friend was looking for you, Kupo? If not, Alphino is looking for you. I'll be waiting outside, stretching my wings. Let me know when you're ready to depart. Well, at least they did not expect me to pick up dung. To the best of my knowledge, we have all we need for our trip to Zenith, and I believe the elder seats here in Eritune will soon be making the journey back to Gridania. It would be remiss of us, I think, not to convey our gratitude there prior going our separate ways, shall we? Alphino, Saphrine, I do humbly thank you for what has been a most enlightening experience. Were it not for your pioneering spirit, the existence of these Mughals might never have revealed to us. What have it set to? Oh, that was lower than expected. 'Tis we who should be thankful, Elder Shizia. Were it not for your timely diplomacy, they would have never chosen to reveal themselves at all. And 'twas your presence, Kuplokap, that ultimately won us their trust. It must have taken a great courage to leave the sanctuary of the Twelveswood, and we are exceedingly glad that you did. It was my pleasure, Kupo. I've made so many new friends and have so many fantastic tales to tell of my kingsman Moogle back home. And it is our home that we must now return. May you ever walk in the light of the crystals, my friend. Safe journey, Elder Sizia. We must be on our way. Race Vilgar awaits. Warrior of Light, pray attend closely to your companion, Sir Estinian. Beneath that stoical facade, a storm of anguish seethes unseen. Now, let's get out of here. Where are we at? One. Yeah, it's gonna be close. Have you said your goodbyes and dabbed away your tears, Chocobo? Then we are indeed ready to go. As Chieftain Moglin has already explained, the shiny instrument we gave you is the best means of grabbing Race Velgar's attention. I'll come along and show you the way to Zenith. That's the big palace where you need to blow the horn. First things first, though, we need to make for Asa. Oh, and watch out for rampage dragons. Maybe that should have been the first thing, Chocobo. These Moogles. Alright, that's all said and done. Oh, look. Red and green. Awesome. No, that's blue and green. My bad. It's been a long road getting from there to here. And our journey to the west is almost at its completion. And I should. Now we'll use this now. Basically got an hour left. Pop, pop, pop. Do 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 do. Oh, just. Well, before I talk to them, join. That's pretty good. Grab that. Things are a bit bitey for a while, but I think we've arrived one piece. Chocobo? Wonder what the dragon's so awfully snappy. Maybe the bad ones are always bad, but they seem worse than usual. May have a small problem, Chocobo. When the winds are high like this, Race Velgar invariably abandons his lofty perch and heads to the lands below to hunt. If you tried blowing the horn now, I doubt he'll hear it. I suggest we stop at a clearing up ahead and rest until the winds die down. All right. Is it time for the campfire scene? It's not good enough. Here we goes. This should do nicely, Chocobo. The winds will likely have died down by tomorrow, but until then, might as well make ourselves comfortable. If we must interrupt our journey so close to its end, I suppose this place is as good as any. And mayhap a brief respite from the hardships of the road will help clear our minds in readiness for the coming parley. Very well then, I believe a campfire is in order. Leave the gathering of fuel to me. I've acquired a keen nose for firewood during my term in the frozen wastes of Kotharos. Clear our minds. 'Tis Master Elfino whose minds need clearing. The thought of meeting the great worm in the flesh has befuddled the boy. Did you see him stroll away as if these ruins were not crawling with deadly beasts? Follow him, Saphrine, and see that the wildlife does not make a meal of our young friend. We will have camp ready by the time you return. That boy just has the issues. I mean, he's right there, so he looks safe-ish. Ow. Not bad. There we go. I see I was right to worry about the boy's safety. Once Alphino returns with the wood, we can see about supper. The Ice Queen has filled a pot with what looks like stewed ingredients, ready for the fire. I mean, it's pretty nice. Few things compared to the simple pleasures of sitting beside a crackling campfire of one's own making. So speaks the great explorer. Until recently, you wouldn't have recognized firewood if it came with kindling and a flint. 'Tis well you instructed me so patiently, then. But yes, left to my own devices, I would have been compelled to signal Ysayle with a pile of damp leaves. I was born the pampered son of a Charlian dignitary, and alongside me, twin, became the youngest students ever to be accepted into the studium. How proud I was to match wits with scholars and philosophers. How ignorant of mine own shortcomings. That hubris invited manipulation and betrayal and led to the downfall of the Scions. We are all guilty of similar ignorance. How many men lay down their lives never knowing what it is that they fight for, never questioning that which have been taught to believe? 'Twas only upon meeting Hraes Velgar that I learned the truth hidden within our history. Were it not for that chance encounter, I would have never vowed to tear down the Holy See and expunge the falsehoods which it fans the flames that conflict. I would have lived and died in ignorance. That the truth has driven me to do terrible things I cannot deny, but I would rather sin in the pursuit of peace than imagine myself virtuous for perpetuating a needless war. If this journey has taught me anything, it is the importance and difficulty of holding to one's own conviction in the face of failure, of striving always to replace one's ignorance with knowledge. You are well on your way, Master Alphino. At your age, I was but a fool swinging a spear with scarcely a thought in my head. Even now, I struggle to acknowledge the misconceptions under which I have labored. Sitting here among these grand ruins, how can I deny that man and dragon once lived in peace? But for all that such age existed, we are now in a time of war. Nidhogg killed my family, and no quirk of history will exonerate him. I may be ignorant of how the Dragon War began, but if we do not put an end to this conflict now, I can say for certainty that it will breed only more vengeful souls such as mine. In my hands reside the power to vanquish the Great Worm. If Ishgard's survival rests on me wielding that power, I will slay Nidhogg myself, orders or no. Estinian, you gave me your word. My word is contingent upon the success of this parley. Show me the strength of your convictions, Lady Iceheart. Convince Hraes Velgar of the righteousness of your cause. Doubt not but that I shall, Dragoon. Well, wind's willing, we shall have our answer on the morrow. Let us sleep now, and face our fact with the rising of the sun. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. The campfire was so cozy, I must have fallen asleep. But do you feel how the winds have shifted? They will born race Velgar back to the skies above Zenith. I'm sure of it. This is your chance to climb on the highest floor of the palace and summon him with the toot of that shiny horn. So, I'll be heading back now if it is all the same to you. Good luck, Kupo. It was nice knowing you. Do, do, do. Alright, up there we are going. Or, actually, it's up there, but... Same the same. Do, 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 do. I hear one. I think it's up. So let's get that first, lest we get sent elsewhere. Alrighty. Sound off.
Grace Velga. By the 12. Mine ears hear the tongue of dragons, yet the meaning rings clear within my mind. How can that be?
Racevelga, do you not remember me? 'Twas I whom you found in Dravania. I who glimpsed the truth. The truth about your past. About Shiva. But speak it I must. I have summoned Shiva's soul from the beyond and offered myself as her vessel. She has made her heart known to me. I have surrendered mine to her. Do you not see, my love? I am Shiva reborn.
It's just a summon, it's not actually her. So the Asians deceived the dragons into summoning a false Bahamut, which led to calamity. Or created, yeah. Through a summoning ritual they created.
Then the spirit that answered me.
So you were enthralled by your own hubris. That's pretty messed
Be
up.
that as it may, Lord Hraesvelger, Izel's desire to heal the rift between man and dragon is real, and it has borne us this far. We would spare both our kind and yours the ravages of this senseless war. Pray join your voice to ours in a call for peace and forgiveness.
Six, 12. Yep, 12.
Your tale bears scant resemblance to the one I was taught. How convenient that it should absolve your kind of all responsibility. But tell me, Dragon, why should I believe your version of events?
The end of days, huh?
Ishgard's so-called heretics.
Then, the seed lies within us.
Ye gods, I have borne witness to such a transformation. Looked on as a heretic assumed the shape of a dragon. I imagined it some manner of Drovanian enchantment. But if any Ishgardian, regardless of allegiance, has such potential within them, 12 forgive us. To think of all the dragons we've slain!
Oft have I wondered why Nidhogg did not simply raze Ishgard to the ground. Now I have my answer. He has no intention of winning the Dragonsong War, for it is no war at all, but vengeance, an eternal requiem sung for his murdered sister.
I have not come this far only to admit defeat. We can still return the eye to Nidhogg and beg forgiveness for our ancestors' crimes. Mayhap our words will sway him.
Well, that didn't go as was hoped, but could have been a lot worse. Risvilga was every bit as aspiring as I imagined. His voice fairly dripped with power. The will behind his words so undeniable that it transcended my ignorance of dragon's tongue. 'Tis but a pity that I misliked what he said. So far did we travel, even unto the very heavens themselves, only to be dismissed like unruly children. And far from mitigating this humiliation, the hidden truths we have learned serve only to prove that our grand mission of peace was destined to fail from the first. Nothing will deter Nidhogg from his course.
Well, what do you propose we do now? I, for one, am intent on continuing to the east.
What is there to be found in the east?
Nidhogg's lair, the Eyrie, is said to lie in that direction. And the eye tells me he is near.
You cannot still mean to slay him.
You cannot still mean to stop me. I have been true to my word, and aided you in this fool's errand with Hraesvelgr. But your efforts at parley have come to naught, Lady Iceheart. I would see Ishgard saved, and for that, Nidhogg must die.
With the tale of our ancestors' vile betrayal yet ringing in your ears, you speak of continuing this war?
He speaks of ending it.
Lady, I would but pierce its vengeful heart. When Nidhogg dies, this war shall die with him.
A moment, Estinian. You yourself spoke of the Great Worm's strength, that you believed him powerful enough to raise your city to the ground. How then are we few to challenge him? Even behind the stout walls of Ishgard, with an army of knights manning the defenses, our victory would be hard won. Yet you propose to contend with the beast in his own lair.
In close combat, this will afford us an advantage. And if the tales are true, the Warrior of Light has bested many an invincible foe. But such speculation is meaningless if we cannot even find the worm. Our first task must be to seek out Nidhogg's lair.
The story of this nation grows bloodier by the moment. Must death always be answered with more of the same?
Such is the way of things, I fear. I shall consider it a miracle if mine armor is not stained crimson ere this conflict is ended.
That I should be blinded by my own lies. Everything I believed, everything I thought I was, gone. All gone.
Leave her. Your words will not reach her now. And we have not the time to wait for her to gather up the pieces of her shattered faith.
Harsh. Understandable, but harsh. do, do, do. Damn it. Slayer. Shrink that a little. Oh, it's just you. There another one? Yes, there is. Okay. Oh. Okay.
Is that it?
Aye, that would be the Airy. I feel Nidhogg's presence through the eye, his caustic hatred gnawing at my soul. It would seem the death of his consort has put him on guard. Mark how he wards his lair with tempestuous winds.
A similar barrier once barred our entrance to the Primal Garuda's domain.
Correct.
Until we discovered the means by which it could be penetrated. Mayhap it is time we called upon Master Garland. It will be just like the good old days, no?
And he should be in Ishgard, if I remember right. Or the Sea of Clouds, one of the two. Over at the Steelworks, I believe. A force of sufficient power to break through a primal's defense might conceivably grant us access to the area. And I can offer no better solution. Pray consult this engineering friend of yours. Very well. On the condition that you swear not to lure Nidhogg from his lair in our absence. And steal all the glory for myself, you mean? Nay, I am not so selfish as that. Contact me by link pearl when your preparations are complete, and we shall set forth from Ishgard together. I suggest we rendezvous back at St. Rene's Forum, Saphrine. From what I gleaned from the Holy Sea's decidedly ambitious airship project, Cid will be still in Ishgard. I believe he's at Skysteel Works, if I remember right. Yeah. When you last saw Master Garland, he was advising these Guardians on their alien airship, correct? In that case, he might still be at Camp Cladtop. Failing that, we could try the airship landing or maybe even Skysteel manufacturing. But let us not waste our time searching aimlessly. Someone in the city surely will know where to find him. Question is who? Sir Emmerich would seem an obvious choice, but there's no guaranteeing he'll be able to grant us an audience in such short notice. Ah, I have it. Count Edmund's youngest son prides himself on knowing all the Holy Sea's juiciest rumors. Let us return to the manor and see if Lord Emmanuelin is about. Ah, the hero returns. How goes the fight, old girl? Well, I trust... In search of a Cid Garland, you say? Then say no more. The taverns are full of talk, and the name of a said silver-haired genius has cropped up more often than most. I hear he is tasked with getting that monstrous ship the Holy See has commissioned to actually fly. 'Twould seem the project has plagued with mishaps from the first. In any case, Garland Ironworks employees are known to frequent the airship landing, and I'll wager that their master does so too. The airship landing? Yes, I thought as much. Come, Saphrine. We must find Cid and trouble him for his expert opinion. Saphrine, off and oh. How fare you both? Not terribly well, judging by your faces. Greetings, Master Garland. I am sure will come as little surprise when I tell you we have need of a favor. Another wind barrier? And you say it was conjured by Nidhogg? The Enterprise could certainly take you where you need to go, but she would not fare well against dragons. She's agile for a ship her size, but not that agile. The Dravanians would fly rings around her. And if they took it into their head to incinerate the rigging, there would be precious little we could do to avoid them. But there must be something we can do. Some manner of weapon we could employ. Vestidian stands vigil at the edge of the churning mist, but we do not know how much longer. All right. I didn't say it was impossible. I said it was impossible for the Enterprise. We need a smaller boat. Biggs, Wedge, it's time we gave that new toy of yours a proper field test. Probably the best if we let the lads show you. Come on now, the manufacturer's not far. Alrighty. Back to Skysteel. Whoa, 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 whoa. Our little project is just inside. Oh, you're gonna like this one.
Feast your eyes upon our latest and greatest feat of engineering. We call it a mana cutter.
After you put down Gaius, Wedge and me struck out on our own for a bit, and started work on the successor to the tiny Bronco.
Impressive little thing, isn't she? My talent for ship design has plainly rubbed off on them.
Dorks.
They've adapted the principles of corrupted crystal technology and constructed a mechanism which converts ether from its surroundings into elemental wind. Said wind is then harnessed by the specially engineered sails, providing the craft with propulsion and lift. All in all, a most elegant solution. I'm actually a little upset that I didn't think of it myself.
The design does, however, come with one small flaw.
It's small.
The energy conversion ratio is bloody awful. To generate enough power to get you off the ground, you need to be in an area awash with predominantly wind-aspected ether.
In other words, there are a few places you can fly, lots of places you can't.
The new Ishgardian airship hasn't left the boys much time for tinkering, meaning it may be a while before this particular project takes off, if you'll forgive the pun.
Tataru, what's happened?
I've been looking all over for you. There's been word from Aldar. It's about Her Grace, the Sultana.
It seems you're required elsewhere. Leave the mana cutter with us. We'll see that she's airworthy and suitably equipped to slice through those winds. You, meanwhile, should concentrate on providing Raoban and the Sultana whatever help they need.
General Ralban says they may have uncovered the Sultana's whereabouts, and he wants you, I mean both of you, to go to the Waking Sands right away and help with the investigation. Come, Saphrine. Pressing though Ishkardia's plight may be, our presence here will not serve to hasten the mana cutter's completion. Let us return to the troubled lands of Thunlan and lend what aid we may. Tataru, have our friends at the congregation send a message to Astinian. Tell them that we have identified a solution to our problem, but that it will take some time to prepare. As you wish, Master Alphina. To the Waking Sands, warrior of light. 'Tis past time Uldar was delivered from this darkness.
Thank you for coming.
No thanks are necessary, General. I trust your recuperation continues apace.
I cannot complain. Thanks to Higiri and her ministrations, I've regained much of the strength I lost during my imprisonment.
I gather you have made progress in the search for Her Grace.
Aye, some good fortune at last. A few days past, Dulala informed us that a sizable shipment of alchemical supplies had been delivered to the palace.
With Papa Shan's assistance, I set out to ascertain the source and nature of the shipment. My inquiries led me to Frondale's frontistery. There, I learned that an order had been placed for a curious substance designed to sustain patients trapped in death-like slumber. An invention of the former head alchemist, apparently.
A death-like slumber? This cannot be a coincidence.
It lends some weight to Dulala's claims, aye. Her Grace is likely somewhere within the palace, abed but alive.
Before making any attempt to extricate the Sultana, however, it seemed prudent to learn what manner of substance was used to induce her torpor. To that end, I made inquiries as to the whereabouts of the one most like to have administered it. The lady-in-waiting, Meriel. We sent for you as soon as we learned of her location. All that remains is to apprehend the woman.
We shall find our cat's paw in the Silver Bazaar. But we must tread carefully. The market is not the bustling place it once was, and someone is sure to mark our coming. Should they inform the monetarists, we'll have a fight on our hands. We must be prepared for the worst, and being short an arm, I thought it wise to take another in its stead. What say you, Warrior of Light? Will you lend me yours? Then I pity the bastard that stands in our way. Come, my friends, for Nanamo and for Uldar!
Our target is Mera, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting, a woman of Midlander heritage. I am told the two of you have met. Our sources indicate that she left the palace shortly after the incident and quietly rejoined the dwindling population of the Silver Bazaar. I suggest we begin by questioning the market's residents and confirm that Mel is still hiding in there. Two more. And this should be on the other side of Central Thanalin. Or no, we're in Western. My bad. Crap, I've got a lot of stuff to unlock. No, this isn't the one I want. The one I want is over there. Pretty quiet. There we go. Meryl? Aye, she's here. Left the city for good, she says. Barely leaves her house, though. Huh? It's the closest one to the market entrance. And what brings you to our lonely little hamlet? I believe the arrival of your entourage has just about doubled our population. Looking for Meryl, you say? If you're hoping to lure her back to Ul'dah, you may as well give up now. The girl's done with the city life. Do I know of any returning residents? Gods, don't tell me they've started to come back. My masters will not be pleased to hear this. I don't need that.
You are Meriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting?
I know no one of that name. Pray excuse me.
3, 2, 1.
General Alden!
We will have the truth from you, girl.
Mayhap 'twould be better coming from me.
Lolarito, you'd best talk fast.
As you know, Teleji Adeleji's Cartano reclamation bill was no more than a facade. A means to get his grubby little hands on that Allagan monstrosity Omega. When he learned of Nanamo's intention to abdicate, however, he was forced to amend his plans. Suddenly, assassination seemed the most promising way to further his ambitions. I am told Teleji had discovered a maid in whose veins ran the blood of House Thorn. A new, more pliable puppet to sit the throne. 'Twould have caused an uproar, of course, but few could have contested her claim. 'Twas plain that Teleji's wild machinations had outgrown our ability to control them. So I decided to usurp his scheme and left the fool to seal his own demise.
And what of Nanamo?
Oh, I have no desire to harm her grace. 'Twould profit me little to destabilize our government. Thus did I employ young Meriel here to administer a potent sleeping potion in place of a poison. You should know, General, that your dear friend Ilberd was fully aware of my plan. I had him lie about the assassination as a means to prime your rage against Teleji. We weren't entirely sure how you would react, but things went rather better than expected.
Oh.
You conniving little worm. You had your claws in the Crystal Braves before their first recruit had sworn to serve.
But of course, when a new game begins, 'tis only prudent to have a piece on the board. Ilberd was mine. Truth be told, a significant proportion of the Brave's initial endowment was also mine. With such large sums moving about, 'twas a rather trifling matter to disguise my own contribution. Ah, Ilberd. I secured his services with a promise to support his cause once my authority had been solidified. I swear, the man thinks of naught but prizing Alamigo from the grasp of the Empire. Unlike you, General, the poor fellow seems quite unable to forsake the land of his forefathers. Mayhap that's why he called you a traitor to your people and a disgrace to your homeland, amongst other things. What was it he always compared you to? Oh, yes, an overgrown lapdog begging for scraps at the Sultana's table. Oh, how we laughed. Alas, Ilberd's entertaining little outbursts eventually gave way to wearisome tirades, and the zealous brute became rather unruly. I had no wish to see you executed, you understand, but he would not take no for an answer. Rest assured, his employment with me has long since ended. Which brings us neatly to the present. What say you, General? Both you and the Sultana are alive. We have one corpse and one fugitive, and preparations have been made to restore your good name. Shall we cry quits and start again with a blank ledger?
Jesus.
The hells we will! Do you honestly expect me to forgive and forget? After all you've done? You're guilty of high treason!
Stay your blade, Master Alden. You yourself are not innocent. Or have you forgotten your own crime in executing Teleggi Adeleggi without trial? Though you acted out of loyalty to the Sultana, such deeds are in violation of both the word and spirit of the law. If you would, Lord Lolorito?
This potion will wake the Sultana from her slumber. Consider it a gesture of conciliation. You will find Her Grace resting comfortably within her private chambers. Should you doubt my word, I shall willingly accompany you to the palace as your hostage.
I like not your motives, Lolorito. But you saved the Sultana's life, and for that, you have my gratitude.
He is a manipulating ass, but
Rauban
a
Alden,
necessary one.
you are hereby reinstated as General of the Immortal Flames. The citizens of Ul'dah shall once more be united under Nanamo Ul'Namo, and together we shall usher in a new age of prosperity.
Well, that got tense. By the 12, I had feared Lord Lauricio's arrival would herald another bloodbath. Little did I suspect that he of all people would gift us a means to rouse the Sultana. Shall we also make our way to Ulda? I should imagine Bartholomew has been instructed to admit us. Alright, which one? Chamber of Rule. Someday they'll figure out how to make bed sheets.
I was having the longest dream.
"'Tis time to wake up, Your Grace. Another day begins in Thanalan, and the sun blazes bright upon the sands." Her Grace is awoken. The palace physician assures me she is none the worse for her slumber. I believe Her Grace will soon resume her plans to place the government of Ulda into the hands of its citizens. Whatever path she chooses to take, I shall walk it with her. And we shall tread slowly, lest the nation be unsettled in our wake.
Her Grace's compassion is a shining beacon to us all. But what our city truly thrives upon is competition. 'Tis in the struggle against our rivals that opportunities are seized and fortunes made. And with the Empire on the offensive once more, now would hardly seem the time to turn our system of government upon its head.
Are you privy to new intelligence, my lord?
I would hardly call it new. Remind me, what was the name of that enormous Imperial warship which met its end in Mordona? Oh, wait, I have it. The Agrias. Yes, well, 'twould appear that the Garleans have been hard at work on another such vessel.
Crap.
How close are they to completing this ship? Is it operational?
Its maiden flight was a success, I hear. I should imagine Emperor Varys is eager to see how it performs in battle. My lords and ladies, I move that it is time to repair the damage caused by Teleji Adeleji and prepare our great nation to repel the Empire once more.
"'Tis well that the Sultana has awoken. The Syndicate yet needs to put its house in order, but 'twould seem the worst of the confusion has passed. Uldar has taken control of its future, and I must do the same. I have decided to disband the Crystal Braves. Among the recruits, there were those who supported our Order's goals and convictions with all sincerity. 'Tis my hope that these loyal men and women will choose to remain our allies in the battles to come. As for those who sided with the traitor, Ilberd, they shall be hunted down and held to account for their crimes. It is my earnest hope that they will surrender themselves peaceably when the time comes, though I think it unlikely. Ah, my all-conquering Crystal Braves. The model army meant to pave the way for a single unified Grand Company of Eorzea. That so high an ideal should be brought so low. I need not tell you how deeply the betrayal stung me. Yet I see now that it was mine own naivety and pride which allowed the Braves to fall prey to corruption. As ever, it is to your own shining example that I turn for inspiration. Like you, I mean to stand firm in the face of hardship and give mine all for the cause. Let us resume the search for our missing comrades, that we might come together to shine the light of dawn across the realm once more. The role of Crystal Brave Commander suited me ill, and I shall play it no longer. Henceforth, I shall be no more or less than Alphino, proud member of the Scions.
I blush to speak of mine in turmoil, but facts remain there is no woman alive in whom I would rather confide. Were it not for your shining example, I might never have emerged from beneath the pale of my own despair. Okay, thank you. Alright. This will be the last one for today. I think this is going to be a good point to end. Still no word from Master Garland. I hope the mana cutter of theirs is not stiff competition. I am assured that her grace will make a full recovery. I, and Uldar too, shall flourish once more. General Ralban and his colleagues have matters well in hand here, I believe. Lady Yugiri, a question if I may. I believe your people have been keeping a close watch on the Crystal Braves. Might you know of how things stand in the Rising Stones? Ah, yes, of course. You will be pleased to know that the 3rd Unit Braves abandoned Revenant's Toll when they learned of Captain Ilbud's defeat. The only blue uniforms to be seen there now are worn by soldiers loyal to you, Master Alphina. To me? I see. I am grateful to hear at least some of our members true to their oaths. Ere we return to Ishgard, I must go to the Rising Stones and thank these stalwarts for their service. It shall be my final act as Crystal Brave Commander. Will you join me, Saphrine? You were there at the company's inception. 'Tis only fitting that you be present at its end. And I would appreciate your support. Alright, let's go and end this misbegotten venture. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Commander, you're alive! And Saphrine, too. I knew you'd scrape through. My splendid Crystal Braves, I've wronged you, all of you. My promises of glory and salvation have brought you naught but blood and betrayal. You'll not hear us complaining. 'Twas a sight messier than expected, aye. We were still fighting for freedom and all, just like we swore. Ain't that right, mates? You humble me. I am truly blessed to have such steadfast comrades. It is with the most profound regret, then, that I must... That's enough of that, old commander. We know what you're in mind to say, and we have enough of it. We talked it over, see, and we're all agreed. You can take our uniforms and strict our rank. We won't be no less a company. But the Crystal Braves... Crystal Braves may be finished, but the ideals upon which the company was founded live on. They bind each of us together, and to you. Commander, Alphina, our minds are made up, so you may as well get used to it. Let us help the Scions. Let us help you find Mephilia and the others. My friends, after all that's happened, I know not what to say. Uh, pray, excuse me. I had thought my tears spent. My grandfather used to say that one could measure a man by the consistency of his comrades. Mayhap I am the exception which proves the rule? Nay, do not protest. I know that I am not worthy of their loyalty, Saphrine. But as Thalic as my witness, I shall do everything in my power to earn it. All right. Little over. But we are going to end chapter 2 of Heaven's Word on that note. We had our little journey to the west with Ysael and Estinian and Elfie going all the way out to meet Race Velgar. Had a little tussle with Lord Ravana of the Nath tribe. Got told to get stuffed by the Great Worm himself. So Estinian, in his endless crusade to protect Ishgard, decided to go and find Nidhogg's lair and end the Dread Worm. Unfortunately, it is protected the same way Garuda was protected. So, with a quick chat at Sid over at Skysteel Factory, found out they have a new airship, faster, sleeker version. It just needs a few minor tweaks to get it working so we can penetrate the barrier. While they're working on that, we got some back to Ul'dah to find the Sultana. Awake her from her very, very long slumber. So Ul'dah is getting back into shape as they prepare to go to war with the Empire and its new super airship. And ending on Alphino dissolving the official nature of the Crystal Braves, but the true and blue members still sticking around to help out the Scions. So next time, I believe we're going to get the Mana Cutter finish at Skysteel Factory by Sid and his crew. So we can head up to the area and put an end to Nidhogg, hopefully for once and all. And maybe that'll bring peace to Ishgard? Who knows? That will be for next week. As for us here at the corner, we are going to call it on that one. So, as always, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.